So I'm calling this meeting to order. It's the, let me get on the page here, I don't want to say the wrong one. It's the special meeting for Tuesday, February 13th. Roll call.
Yes, Mayor Hurtado,
Present.
Vice Mayor Davila. Present. Councilmember Avalos. Present. Councilmember Vara.
Present.
Councilmember Rios.
Present.
City Treasurer de la Paz.
Present.
City Manager Houston.
Present.
City Attorney Salinas.
Present.
Pursuant to Government Code Section 54952.3, disclosure of compensation for meeting attendance by city council members, $790 monthly, regardless of the amount of meetings.
Okay, item number one, please.
Item number one is the city council will issue a proclamation declaring the month of February 2024 as Black History Month.
Thank you, and I'm asking Councilman Barone to read that for me. I have a lot of confidence, so I don't know. I'm talking to him, so there you go.
He's recovered from the 49.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for allowing me to read this proclamation declaring Black History Month, February 2024. Whereas the city of Southgate takes pride in recognizing February 2024 as Black History Month to remember and celebrate culture, history, contributions, and sacrifices made for the advancement of African Americans in the United States. And whereas Black History Month celebrates the achievements of African Americans who have been instrumental in shaping the character, culture, economic life of our state and nation. And whereas Dr. Carter G. Woodson, founder of the Association for Study of African American Life and History, first launched Negro History Week in 1926 and is widely regarded as the father of Black History Month for his leadership, strength, courage during the Jim Crow era. And whereas in 1976, the informal expansion of the Negro History Week to Black History Month was officially recognized by the United States government. And whereas Black History Month is an occasion to rediscover the stories of African Americans and the gifts of freedom, purpose, and opportunity they have bestowed on future generations. And whereas Black History Month is also a time to commemorate the countless contributions of African Americans, many of whom lived through surmounted the challenges of segregation, racial prejudice, discrimination, providing examples of heroism, patriotism, and enterprise, promoting confidence, courage, and faith that everyone can pursue their own dreams. Now, therefore, it be proclaimed on the 13th day of February 2024 that I, Gil Hurtado, Mayor of the City of Southgate, on behalf of the City Council and residents, do hereby declare February 2024 as Black History Month and encourage everyone to join me in celebrating the contributions made by African Americans to our community, nation, and the world. Signed, Mayor Gil Hurtado.
Thank you for reading that. And yes, I mean, the community of Black Americans, and it's still suffering a lot of different issues, and we've come a long way, but we're still far from where we'd like to be. And the contributions that they've had to history, you know, science and education, and I mean, a lot of different things that people just knew. All the contributions, I think people have a lot more respect. You know. So again, I'm glad that our city is taking the time to recognize. How does anybody want to add anything?
Thank you, Mayor. I think that in order to be able to move humanity forward, we need to understand our history. And unfortunately, in the United States and all over the world, way back in the 1500s, unfortunately, we realized that human beings that did not look like us, we are skin color. They were just a little lighter. And we obviously have done a lot of harm to them, but we need to appreciate all of their contributions to society and to humanity. Because a lot of inventors invented a lot of things in the United States happen to be African Americans. And again, to me, having a nephew who is mixed is this as a little, be really yours, but they are. So again, I think we need to acknowledge where we come from, where we're going, and obviously continue to instill in our young children here in Southgate that regardless of what you look like, you have ancestry. And we're proud of it. Thank you.
Thank you, very well said. Anybody else?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for, I think the city for acknowledging Black History Month as other entities are going to be celebrating. The college is also celebrating it this month and doing different things. Are we doing anything? I mean, I wonder, I know we don't have a large African-American population, but we should think in the future or, doing, honoring those that live here or those that work here in our city. When I grew up, I grew around a lot of African Americans who were good role models for me and mentors, and to this day I still recall them, and I value their spirit and their effort when I was growing up, and I'll never forget that. And I'm sure that applies to a lot of folks. So I just want to acknowledge the Black History Month because of their contribution to America, and I know to the Latino community, they helped kind of us led the way, and then the Latino, and for other groups, not just Latinos, but other minorities in terms of civil rights and so forth. So just want to highlight that today.
Thank you. And real interesting that I grew up in East LA, and at Fort Boulevard Elementary, my first teacher in kindergarten was African American, Mrs. Leon. And I didn't know the difference between anything, and she was a little different in the skin color, but I still have great memories of her. I couldn't speak English at the time. Some people say I still don't, but at the time, somehow we were still able to communicate. She didn't speak a word of Spanish, but I still remember it. I thought it was amazing. Did you want to add something?
Yeah, just thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just want to really add that I think as a father of 3 daughters, I always preach of having to break through a lot of barriers when we grow up, and I've used many examples in the past, and a lot of them being African American. A person I look up to quite a lot is Jackie Robinson, and some of the quotes that that he's brought up in my time that I still try to live by, and I always remind my daughters of my favorite one for him is a life is not important unless its impact on other lives. So I think that's something that I try to live by, and I preach for my daughters to live the same. And this all comes from just that fight of understanding that it's not about me, it's about we, and I think that's very important to remember. And this time allows us to be able to just acknowledge that in the African American history in this country. So I'm proud of our city does this as well.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's go ahead and do closed session as well.
Item 1, conference with legal counsel pending litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.98, 54954.9B3C. A. Wendy Garcia versus City of Southgate.
Mr. City Attorney, any additional comments?
Nothing further. This is a individual slipped off the side of the curb on the city street on the unfilled street pothole. She suffered injuries as a result.
Okay, let me open up to the audience first. I'll take the Zoom audience.
We have no one on Zoom.
Okay, I'm gonna close that portion. Here in the audience. See no one step forward, I'll close that, and I'll open it up again when we come back in closed session.
Thank you.
Recording stopped.
clerk, please advise me as to when I can speak.
All right.
Ready? Mr. City Attorney, can you please report on?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. This is the report out on our special city council meeting that began at 5:30. The city council adjourned in closed session to discuss the case of pending litigation. The name of the case is Wendy Garcia versus the city of Southgate. It was reported before it went into closed session that this was a slip and fall on the city streets. There was a presentation made by the city attorney in closed session. Upon the conclusion of that report, there was a motion made by Vice Mayor, Vice Mayor Davila, and seconded by Councilmember Avalos, and on the vote of 4-0, the motion passed. Councilmember Morone did not participate in the vote under abundance of caution. Thank you very much. I think it's time to vote.
Thank you. Let me open this up to the Zoom people, and they want to comment on this item.
We have no hands raised.
Okay, I'm going to close that portion. Members of the audience here, we have an item that we discussed earlier, and the report was made out for those of you who have never been here before. And if you'd like to comment on that item, you're welcome to do so at this point. Seeing that the glue on the chairs is working and everybody's sitting down, I'm going to close the audience portion of that. Okay, entertain a motion to.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, a second to adjourn. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, seeing no opposition, we are adjourned. Is everyone ready? Yes.
I'm just going to make the announcement for the Spanish translation. Si hay personas que necesitan audífonos para traducción en español, levanten su mano y se les dará un audífono. ¿Alguien necesita traducción? It looks like, thank you.
All right, I am now going to open the regular city council meeting at 6:33. Madam City Clerk.
Would you like to do an invocation?
Oh, yeah, the invocation first. Do we have Pastor Bobby Scott here? And then we'll have the pledge of allegiance by Bruce Cervantes. So please stand.
May I bring you greetings from Community of Faith and Honor? Well, I bring you greetings from Community of Faith Bible Church, Mayor, Council, fellow citizens. Please bow with me as I pray. Father, I pray on behalf of this council that as you have told us what is good, what you require, justice and love and mercy, that we walk humbly with you. I pray that you grant to this council all that you require. I pray that you fill their hearts with wisdom as they adjudicate complex matters on behalf of our city, that they would be right, and that their justice would be good and visibly seen. I pray that you guard their hearts, Lord, as they have to deal with people who may be angry and people who may be frustrated. I pray that you grant them great patience and great care for all of our citizens. And to our citizens and on their behalf, I pray, God, that you would fill our hearts with the love that you love us with, that you grant us, out of your divine mercy, the ability to love as you have loved, and you've said that love is patient, love is kind, it is not envious, it does not brag, it is not puffed up, it is not rude, it's not self-serving, and it's not easily angered or resentful, but it loves what is good and not injustice. It rejoices in truth and bears all things and believes all things and hopes all things. Make this a city where we love one another. Grant us that by your grace. And I pray, Father, that you would do all these things and even more in the name of your beloved Son, who gave his life for sinners, that we may have eternal life in his name. In Christ's name I pray. Amen. Amen. God bless you.
Let's put your right hand over your heart and repeat after me, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic
Good to see you again, Councilman. Thank you. Okay, roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mayor Gonzalez,
Present.
Vice Mayor Davila,
Present.
Councilmember Avalos,
Present.
Councilmember Butler,
Present.
Councilmember Rios,
Present.
City Treasurer De La Paz,
Present.
City Manager Houston,
Present.
City Attorney Salinas.
Present.
Meeting compensation disclosure, pursuant to Government Code Section 54952.3, disclosure of compensation for meeting attendance by city council members is $790 monthly regardless of the amount of meetings.
Thank you. We have no public hearings, so at this time, we're taking comments from the audience.
Okay, we're gonna go Zoom first.
We have Elizabeth C. on the line.
These are non-agenda.
Non-agenda items.
Hello, good evening.
You're on.
I wanted to ask for help in increasing control in the streets of Kansas and Missouri between Long Beach Boulevard and Stafford. There's been this man with a covered face, he sometimes wears a ski mask, and he randomly approaches the cars. 2 weeks ago, I was at the intersection of Missouri and Long Beach, and he came to my car, and he began banging on my doors and windows and holding onto my mirror. He finally let go, but he hit my car with an object in his head, on his hand. He also did that previously to one of my neighbors, and she was coming home from work when she was trying to park, and he started banging on her windows. So I'm assuming it's the same man because it was the same description, but we just would appreciate more patrol in this area. And my other concern is now that we have the median on Long Beach Boulevard, we're forced to use slightly small streets. But there's a lot of illegal parking on the red zones, at the corners of the intersections. So it's really, really hard to go into a street when both sides of the intersection have cars parked all the way to the edge of the street. So it's really hard for us to go through the streets, on all around Kansas. I've tried all the streets, Indiana, Kansas, Long Beach, to get it back onto Long Beach, and it's really hard. So, if they would start giving tickets, maybe people would stop parking on red. Those are my two concerns for today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
We have Mr. Thomas Buckley.
Hi, this is Thomas Buckley. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Not too much today, actually not for this portion of the meeting, but I do also want to bring attention to Long Beach Boulevard between Firestone and Southern. There are a number of vehicles that are being, or I should say, entering the void of the median that's there right now. I realize it's under construction, but the city council voted for these construction people, whoever it is, to build there. And I think by that as well, you should also hold them accountable to put proper delineators alongside that median. We're getting people falling in there. And it was, if it happens once, you could say shame on them for not observing it, but it happens over and over again. I can tell you as a programmer, computer programming, one of the things that we observe is if a user makes an error, you can say, oh, it's the user error. But if you see a pattern of it, then it no longer becomes a user error. Actually, it's the error of the programmer. And I think we have a pattern going on here. And my concern is that the city is going to be held liable because, again, proper delineators are not present. People exiting from the nearby liquor store, they're just going right into the ditch. And you're seeing this over and over again. I don't know if you guys follow social media, but it's out there. Residents are sharing it, and it's not looking good for the city. So I'm hoping that the council will act on this, will do their due diligence and not ignore this anymore. Hold your construction, people and the contracts, hold them responsible, council. That's your job. Protect your residents, and let's do something about this. Thank you.
Next speaker.
much. Just a couple of announcements here. This Saturday, the Kiwanis Club of Southgate has their monthly Kiwanis cleanup. We will be meeting at Southeast High School and Southeast Middle School on the Wisconsin side. So if you make that left turn on Alameda from Tweedy, it's the first left after that, Wisconsin side. We will be meeting at 9 o'clock in the morning. Usually we are done by 10:30, and yes, rain or shine, we always continue with the Kiwanis cleanup. So if it rains, feel free to bring an umbrella or rain suits. And then the other announcements, as I'm excited to announce that this Thursday, we will be adding a new Kiwanis Club in Southeast Los Angeles, as we'll be chartering the Seta Kiwanis Club. I'll let a couple of your colleagues tell you, what they plan on doing with the club. I won't spoil their surprise, but I'm glad to announce that we have 5 public servants from 5 different cities, including Southgate. And just letting everyone know that if anyone's interested in joining that Kiwanis Club, you can still become a charter member. You can do so by this Thursday. All you have to do is you can contact me directly for those of you that know me, or you can just contact selakiwanis@gmail.com, or follow them on social media, Sela Kiwanis, and we'll be glad to make you a charter member. Thank you so much. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Next speaker.
We have Mr. Armando on the line.
Hello?
Yes, Ron.
Hello? Hi, thank you. Just making sure, this is public comment, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Hi, how are you doing here, council members? My name is Armando Munoz. I'm an airport worker. I'm also a union member for the Service Employee International Union, local USWW. And I've been working for the airport almost about 20 years. I want to thank you, council members, for having me here today. As an airport worker, I'm here to share about where it is for jet fuel to be regulated. As an airport worker, I'm also exposed every day, and many of us are living under the flight back are also exposed every day to, to the pollution that these airplanes are, providing to our neighborhoods. These airlines are continuing to grow and flights are increased, and pollution will be, also pollution will increase as well. Council members, I want to invite you to a town hall on March 14th in Southgate, hosted by my union, Service Employee International Union, local USWW, community partners, and environmental groups. And I'm happy to send this information to yourself. Thank you. You have a great day.
Thank you. Next speaker.
We have Ms. Marin Vasquez.
And you're on.
Hello. My name is Maria, and I'm a LX worker also, and I'm also a member right here for SEU USWW member. And thank you, council members, for having me here today. As an airport worker, I'm here to share how important it is for the jet fuel to be regulated. As an airport worker, I'm exposed every day, and many of us living under the flight path are also exposed every day. As our airport continues to grow, flights are increasing, and pollution will also increase. Council member, I want to invite you to a town hall on March 14th, Southgate, hosted by SEU, USWW community partners, and environment groups. I'm happy to send this information to your staff. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
We have no other.
I'll close the Zoom portion. These are for non-agendized items. If anybody wants to speak, please come to the mic. Yeah, these are for non-agendized items.
Excuse me?
These are for non-agendized items.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Good evening, City Council members, Your Honor. My name is Jerome Ferry from the American Red Cross Southeast Metro Chapter. I'm your representative for the American Red Cross for this area. I'm here today to speak to you about smoke alarms, installation of smoke alarms. We have a upcoming event scheduled for March 30th, to where we plan on installing smoke alarms in the city of Southgate, free of charge. The patrons or the citizens don't have to pay for the service. They don't have to pay for the alarms. This is totally free. Smoke alarms save lives. We have documented reports that shows that smoke alarms save lives. We've had a number of fires here recently in the county of Los Angeles and the city of Los Angeles where people have died because they didn't have a smoke alarm. Just, I believe it was 2 weeks ago, there was a fire in Los Angeles, and it turns out that they did not have a working smoke alarm. The alarms that we're installing are lithium batteries, so you don't have to worry about changing the battery every 6 months. They're installed by Red Cross volunteers and volunteers of the community if they wish to participate. We are also looking for volunteers from the community of Southgate, to help us install. You will be trained and paired up with a Red Cross volunteer, a background check volunteer, that will come out into the community and install the smoke alarms. Anybody who's interested in signing up to receive a smoke alarm can see me, and I can give them a flyer where they can scan the barcode or sign up online to receive a free smoke alarm installed by the American Red Cross. If you would like to volunteer for this program to help us out, I also have a flyer for that, and I can show you how to sign up for that as well. I thank you.
Do you have anything that you can keep a flyer here with our staff?
I have the flyer for the smoke alarm itself.
Do you have a business card?
And this one here is for, to volunteer. I do have a business card. And I'm here to answer any questions that you may have also.
Is it only the homeowners that can register, or could it also be renters?
Anybody, renters, homeowners, can also register. It's your apartment, you're renting it, so you have the right to bring me in and install a smoke alarm if you wish.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. You need time? Okay, 1 second.
So then it's a green? Is it green?
No.
Okay, I'm green. Thanks.
All right.
Okay. Good evening, City Councilor. My name is Roberto. Just want to give you a little background. I've lived here in Southgate since I was 18 years old, and I actually bought a home here, right? But unfortunately, I've seen a rising crime going on, and I just wanted to bring it up to the City Council because I feel more patrolling does need to be done. So the reason is because my car actually just got broken into 3 weeks ago, right? And unfortunately, right in front of my house too. And called the police. Unfortunately, I know the police have a lot more pressing matters to attend, right? Like DUIs or even anything that may count like gunshots or anything. But it feels saddening that, it took 40 minutes for a response time, and once they did respond, it was just kind of like, I'm sorry, I can't do anything. Gave them evidence, they left their phone inside my car because fortunately I was away. They kind of screamed at me to get out of my car, they got out. But I just feel, and prior to that, 2 months before, they jumped over my back fence. I don't know who, it was obviously somebody. And a community member was also chasing that man because he's broke into his car. And it's unfortunate because this happened, I bought my house 2 years ago and 2 times it's already happened, right? And in front of my house, other cars have been broken into, and unfortunately nobody, I'm pretty sure it goes underreported, right? Because community members are scared. But I feel that this has to be addressed. Unfortunately, we're by the East LA College campus. There's a big lot in the back that's just abandoned. And before that, it was open, right? And people would go in there, burn rubber, hit light poles. People would just be doing all sorts of stuff, right? And it's unfortunate that I feel I have my son a year and 6 months, right? I don't even feel like I could take him outside because even in the front of my house, there are parlors nearby. They're doing donuts in the middle of the street. Cops are called. I understand it's not something pressing, right? It's not a pressing issue, but unfortunately, it's just saddening to me, right? To see it makes me feel like I love the city. I've been here since I was 18, but now I feel like I don't even want to live here, right? I got my master's degree, bought my house, and I won't get back to my community. But now I feel like I want to leave this community because I don't feel safe, and I don't want my son
to not feel safe in my own community, right? So I just want to bring this up to your attention, thank you, city council members, for taking your time to listen to me. I really appreciate it, and you guys have a good day.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Yes, my name is Mr. Noyola Isidro, I live on 8422 Victoria Avenue, Southgate. And I'm here again to talk about Southgate Golf Course. This time, on January 29th, they put a sign that they closed 3 holes, 7, 8, and 9, because there's a fence that somebody's gonna replace. And it's already the 13th, and they haven't done anything. So the holes remain closed. And our question is, why close it when the people are not ready to work? And then on top of that, hole number 9 should be open immediately because it has no whatsoever, nothing to do with the fence that they're gonna replace. They're gonna replace a baseball fence adjacent to hole number 7. And I could see hole number 8 having something to do with it, but hole number 9 should not be closed. And we expect it to be open immediately, because there's no reason why. We ask ourselves, why is hole number 9 closed? We only play 6 holes. And again, and then we have to go back to number 1, and we're just walking around, and, and a lot of people don't want to play there no more, because it's not right. And we're just, and I don't know why, but management closed those 3 holes, and the people, it's already the 13th, they haven't even stepped there. They haven't even gone. And we don't know what they're doing, but yet they're closed. And like I said, we could see hole number 7 and 8 to close them while they work on it, on whatever fence they're gonna replace, but not hole number 9. It has nothing to do with it. The hole is covered with trees, everything where the people are gonna work, and there's no way the balls are gonna go hit 40 yards away, especially with 2 lines of trees on the way. Unless we roll it with a driver, but we don't use drivers there. So hole number 9 should be open immediately and not be closed at all. And these the people that are gonna work on it, the contractors, they gotta say, we're ready to work on it, and then they close the holes that they need to. But yet, they remain closed in January 29th, and it's already the 13th, they haven't done nothing. And we don't know when they're gonna start. They're supposed to open on the 16th, and there's nothing done. Yet, everything is closed for us. And we want something done. Also, the driving range is 2 years been closed. It's got holes in it, we can't use it, and they don't replace nothing. They don't fix nothing. So we just fed up with management running the park, but I don't know what they're doing.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Buenas noches, Victor Gutierrez, City 141 Southgate Avenue. I've lived here over 51 years. And I'm here because we're running for the Board of Education. It's kind of shameful that instead of actually giving us a chance to talk to the community, talk to the voters, get everyone involved. I mean, we have so many high schools. I still remember when Southgate was the only school. We didn't organize anything. We just simply endorsed somebody. And not saying he's a bad person. You could endorse Santa Claus if you wanted to. The chance of voters to listen to who's running and how we're going to represent our community is extremely important. I was at Southgate Park when they presented something about our State of the Union for our schools, Southgate, and they were all lies done by one of our local superintendents. We cannot celebrate mediocrity. The total right now is 30% of met or exceeded in English and math, 40. 60 and 70% failure. I have people here that they've been in Southgate and grew up in Southgate, and they were going to college and said, we're not prepared. The district is giving diplomas like if somebody gave black belts to make people feel great, but you can't fight. If you don't know how to fight, a belt by itself doesn't mean anything. So it's kind of a little bit sad that our community, instead of just simply saying, let's hold something that we hold the people that will be elected accountable, simply says, let's endorse this person because I believe he's done a great job. Well, you know what, he had 4 years to prepare for this race, 4 years. He is the one that represents Goldberg. So when people say, why are you coming out so late? I didn't come out late. I'm like a hawk, I like to watch and see what goes on before anything else. And one of the things that, this is not just about my running, it's about the community that needs to listen. Another thing is many of our community streets don't have any lighting. I'll drive around and I'll go ahead and document all of it. That sad thing that they did with their sidewalks. And I remember, I believe I talked to Mr. Cervantes like 4 or 5 years ago about a part of the sidewalk that was missing in front of my house. And so that sidewalk, the way they fixed it was they just put asphalt on top. Now it's a little ramp. But that's throughout the city. We have a bunch of places that look like they just have moles in the middle of the sidewalks. We have one of the highest sales rate in the state. Where's the money going to? Potholes, bad lighting, increased violence in their community? I understand the state has a lot to do with it. But bottom line is, let's go ahead and hold ourselves accountable. Our community deserves better than just people voting to keep the things going the way they are. Thank you and have a blessed day.
Thank you. Next speaker. Good evening, City Council, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council and staff. My name is Ozzie Peña. I am your local gas company representative. I'm not here to talk about pipelines or gas or anything like that. I'm actually here to talk about a scholarship program that's currently open for high school seniors. This is an annual scholarship program, and in my opinion, it's a pretty great program. I wish I could have taken advantage of it when I was in high school. But we have, it's currently open right now through March 19th. Open to high school seniors, and it's 2 programs. One is for a 4-year university, up to 15 awards of $5,000 per year, and that's totaling $20,000 over 4 years. And then, excuse me, we also have scholarships for community college or trade school programs, and that's up to 15 awards. Excuse me, of $1,000 per year. So these scholarships are currently open. I'll leave some information with the city staff. Excuse me. You can also reach out to me. Email opena, O-P-E-N-A, at, excuse me, at SoCalGas.com. Thank you. Take care of that. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council of Southgate. My name is Romero Lopez, 2412 Glenwood Place. I'm here to discuss the issues that are happening on the western side of our city. The Calden Court apartments are a big issue in our community. For those neighbors that live there, we experience a lot of garbage that is dumped directly from many of the residents that live at that building. We've addressed it before. The problem is getting better, but it's not completely satisfied for the community. I run in the community, I walk through the community, I pick up the trash in the community. I pick up usually about a 30-pound bag of garbage off our streets and our sidewalks between the corner of Calden Place and Southern, all the way down to Firestone, where the college is located, along Glenwood Place as well. I try to keep the community clean as much as possible, but something needs to be done where the city either has a heavy hand on the owners of that property or property management to make sure that they are cleaning the street on a regular basis and that they're not becoming dumping zones. And I've seen it directly. They park their vehicles on our street, dump the trash out of their car, and then walk through the side gate of the parking lot at the Calden Court Apartments, and that's the problem. Along with the noise, there are vehicles that are coming out of that property in the middle of the night between 11, 2 a.m., 3 a.m. sometimes, burning, screeching their tires in the middle of the night. It's not okay. It's becoming a regular problem. For my neighbors that live there that complain about this, whom I've spoken with about these issues, along with many of the residents that live along Calden Avenue that complain about the problems, a lot of them just feel voiceless and helpless, and there needs to be more patrol in the area. more regularly between the speeding that happens on Glenwood Place, people just racing at 50 miles an hour, 60 miles an hour on that street. It's pretty unsafe for those that live in the community, along with also another issue, the equipment that's for construction that's at the corner of Southern and Santa Fe. It's an eyesore. I don't know why it has to be parked there along with the rest of the construction materials that are there. The community needs to be kept nice and clean and beautiful for all of us to enjoy. I don't know why the park there has become a dumping zone for construction equipment that needs to be removed, I believe, along with the parking lots that belong to East LA Community College in the back need to be cleaned on a regular basis. They've become dumping zones as well for the homeless and the people that live in the Colton Court apartments. So that area needs to be monitored a little bit more. And then, I don't know what needs to be done, but Southern and Santa Fe need to be repaved as well. The amount of potholes that are on the streets is not acceptable for the community. I know you guys just redid Glenwood Place, which is great, but those streets are in terrible condition. There's a lot of vandalism that's also happening in our community. I know my neighbor's car was broken into. Several other vehicles in the community have been broken into in that area. We've never experienced that there before. I've lived there for almost 17 years, and that's never happened until now. So we need more patrol. I know some of our neighbors don't call the cops because they just feel like nothing's gonna get done. Our wonderful DA in LA is doing a fantastic job. I'm being very sarcastic. DA Gascon, he's been a horrible thing for the city of Los Angeles, LA County, and something needs to be done about it. It just can't go unnoticed, and the people deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Buenas noches a todos. I'm one of the prime nine that got terminated, but I am also a resident of the city of Southgate. Along with what was mentioned earlier from the other folks, potholes. I came across a pothole the other day when it was raining right in front of Southgate High School. The pothole was full of water, so it didn't look like a pothole until I drove by and I hit my car and I'm like, oh, you know, luckily my car didn't get damaged, but there's a lot of potholes that were not fixed, so please let's look into that. Patrolling, I agree with what they said as well. There's too many crimes going on, more than that shouldn't be happening at all. On my block, there's been a few cars that have been broken into as well. My street is dark, completely dark. I don't feel safe walking at night, walking my dogs. I'm a dog lover, I rescue dogs, but I don't feel safe in my city walking around because there's just no, it's too dark, there's not enough patrolling. But what I do want to mention the most is on Independence from Long Beach Boulevard all the way through Otis, railroad tracks, disgusting. It's humiliating, it's embarrassing to say that I live in Southgate. Why? Because if I give people my directions, they see it's trash. It's disgusting. It's just full of trash. People go dump their sofas, their refrigerators, broken down cars. Do you guys, I mean, is that what Southgate is about? Is that a dump field for people to just go and dump their trash? If it is, I mean, let's clean it up. Right? Would you guys like to live there? Would you guys like to live on that block? And just, you drive by, you walk by, and all you see is trash, sofas, broken down cars, literally from Long Beach Boulevard all the way through Otis. It's disgusting. On Otis Boulevard and Independence, full of homelessness people, full of homelessness. I mean, poor things, right? They have to live somewhere, but move them somewhere else. Get them out of there. It's unsanitary. When I do happen to walk my dogs on the railroad track, I don't even feel safe for them. That's how bad it is. I'm not sure if you guys ever have been on that area or not, or maybe you say you have and you haven't, but go, I invite you guys. Let's all go out there and clean it up. If you guys go and clean up that area and maintain it clean, I will be there with you. Every single time you guys go, I'm there with you. I'm like a few houses down, literally. So you tell me when you guys are ready to go out there personally, and I'll be there right there with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no more speakers, we close the audience portion. So staff, as I go around the room, you can address some of the comments that were made. Let's start with Arturo Cervantes, please.
Yeah, Mayor, there was a number of items that brought up related to public works. The first is the roadway medians and the issues along Long Beach Boulevard. I just want to mention that construction that is underway right now is being constructed for our plans and specifications, which generally means it's being constructed in a safe manner. So every so often, whether medians are new, under construction, or existing, vehicle accidents happen, and we see that throughout the city In this case, a vehicle accident occurred. We're taking additional measures to put traffic control, but the contractors are liable should there be any deficiencies. That was another concern, but note that what we're seeing on Long Beach Boulevard is unfortunately status quo in terms of drivers getting in accidents. With regards to garbage along Calhoun Courts, we'll take a look at that on the public works site. There's possibly a private property issue as well as what's being dumped in the public right away. We do know that in areas where there's schools, there's Calhoun apartments, and there's a lot of pedestrian traffic and what have you, we just see a higher level of trash generation from litter or what have you, but we'll take a look at that. The construction equipment on Santa Fe and Southern, I'll take a look at that to see what that is related to and address that. Potholes, I will mention that the city experienced a tremendous amount of rains, as every other city in this region, and rains bring a lot of issues, and one of those is potholes. We've spent a lot of time addressing potholes. We anticipate that it's going to take us about 4 weeks total after the rains to complete those, but we are working aggressively. We're working Fridays, Saturdays, and overtime, and what have you, to address as many as possible. And then finally, the issues along the railroad tracks. You know, unfortunately, the city's got several railroad tracks running through the city on the west, north here, and then on the east end, running, you know, long lengths throughout the city. These railroad tracks are not owned by the city like the ones are along our board. They're owned by other entities like UPRR. We as a city do not have the rights to go onto their property to clean those, and if we wanted to, we would have to spend public dollars to clean another agency's property. What Public Works does do is we will contact the UPRR to see if we can get them to come out. On occasion, we're not successful, but every so often we are successful in getting them to come out to clean up. I will say it takes time once we start the process. Sometimes it takes a month, sometimes 2 or 3, but we will put forth the effort to see if we can get them to come out to do another cleanup. I believe those were all of the public works items that raised.
The golf course, I know Steve's not here, I don't know if you have any information on that.
I'm not quite certain. The Southgate Park right now is undergoing a fence renovation. Sounds like that's what that might be related to. I don't have any information on that, so I cannot.
Can you relay that to Steve though at some point so that we can see what can be done? I'm not a golf rider, with all those terms that they used, but if there's an opportunity to open up some of that area, we can do that. And thank you for mentioning about the railroad tracks. It's been very frustrating for us because even when we want to go in, Union Pacific Railroad refuses to give us access. They won't clean it and won't let us get on as much as we want to because they say it's insurance issues. If one of our employees gets injured, it's causing problems. So again, it's so frustrating. I've met with the president of Union Pacific Railroad in the past, and I told him, our residents, we're all tired of it. Maybe we can do a little bit more. Maybe we can reach out to them again because it's frustrating to have to look at that. I coach at Southgate High School, and I park right there in the art room to see all those vehicles that are parked in there, to see all the illegally dumped furniture in there. It looks like somebody's trying to move in. One day there's a TV, next day there's a stove, next day there's a refrigerator, and it's not a joke. I'm sure. I know it's for all that, but it's disgusting. But Union Pacific Railroad refuses to give us access, and then they don't come in and clean up. So we need to do a little bit more on addressing that.
Mr. Mayor, if I may,
Yeah.
I believe it was in 2022, the latter part of 2022, I went to Sacramento, and we advocated to be able to have some funding to be able to clean those railroad tracks. Arturo, where are we in regards to asking for that grant money? Because at the time, our governor had allocated, if I'm not mistaken, $55 million to be able to help cities like Southgate, because we brought this issue to his attention. last year when I went to the League of Cities, I was informed that he upped it to 800 million. So where are we in asking for that funding? Because again, it falls on our shoulders. And I'm tired. And I hear you residents, because I live down on Glenwood. And it's disgusting, and it is pathetic. But I know that there is that grant money that we can ask for, utilize it, to make sure that we spend it.
So I hate to throw my colleague, but the city attorney's giving me that look. It's not on the agenda, and we can't really engage in anyone that we've got. Am I correct?
Yeah, just because you do have a number of folks in the audience, the Brown Act, a state law, very closely regulates what the city council can decide on at a city council meeting. And if the item is not on the agenda, this item is not, the Brown Act allows only a very nominal discussion of the item, and it certainly prohibits us as a council, prohibits you as a council from taking any action or direction here. But the point is that the comment has been made, the council is aware of it, and staff is aware of it, and that is really the purpose served by allowing the public to comment on items that are not on the agenda.
Yeah, and so I hope we understand, because I know I see some people wanting to raise their hand and add additional comments, and we really are not allowed to do that by law, state law. Okay, Meredith, you're up.
Yes, good evening, thank you. I just wanted to remind everyone that we have our Citizens Advisory Committee meeting this Thursday at 6 p.m. We have contacted our committee members and emailed them, and also have given them a call. So hopefully we'll have a quorum by this Thursday night. Thank you.
Okay, so just real quick on that, but also to the others like the Park Commission and the Planning Commission. If my commissioners are not showing up, you need to notify me so I can ask them if they want to continue. Because I know that we've had 2 meetings, one Planning Commission and one Parks and Rec Commission that were canceled for lack of quorum. And I've asked before, if my commissioners are not showing up, maybe they can't go anymore, and I'll replace them with someone who's interested in being on those commissions. So please, if you don't have a quorum, please notify us so we can find out what's going on. Okay, thank you.
Will do, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, just to ask Meredith regarding the comment of the Paladin Apartments, if maybe we can have code enforcement go out and see if there's any code enforcement issues that are happening there regarding the trash or the way it's upkeep on the property as well, please.
Will do, thank you.
Wendy, you're up.
Good evening. From the Administrative Services Department, I just want to remind residents and customers that we have 2 credit programs. The water bill credit reimbursement program, we're still accepting applications. But I also want to have a discussion that we are processing some of the credits, so they have been successful. If you fill out an application and you qualify, you put the credit on your water bill. But also what the department has uncovered is, since the water consumption impacted the sewer rate, meaning the sewer rate is based on water consumption, we also discovered additional credit that we need to apply to the water customer's account as well. There's nothing, if you've already applied, that needs to be done. We're already taking that into consideration and processing those credits automatically. If you have not applied, there's still nothing that you need to do but apply, and we will take both credits into consideration. And if they qualify for one, water, they will qualify for the sewer as well. Other than that, on February 22nd, which is not this Thursday, but a week from Thursday, we will have Long Beach Community Action Plan in-house. We had to cancel due to rain, and their services were closed down, but they have rescheduled with us, and they'll be here a week from Thursday, February 22nd, from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m.
Thank you, and thank you for clearing up about the sewer rate charges. And we didn't have to address it anymore because the intent of this council was to reimburse people for any overcharges on anything that was a result of the water issues. And I'm glad that you're addressing those things. Okay, John, you're up.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and members of the Chamber. Again, I'd like to announce some exciting opportunities, important opportunities we have here with the city. So if anyone is interested, please go to the city's website, citysouthgate.org, and click on the Jobs tab, and you can find your job. So in our Administrative Services Department, we're currently hiring 2 full-time positions. One is an intermediate account clerk, and the other one is a senior accountant. In our Community Development Department, a great entry-level position in the Planning Division for an intern. It's a part-time position. Our Police Department is currently hiring as well. We're looking for a civilian custody officer, full-time position. That position closes on March 10th. Also, we're looking for community service officers, and that's a full-time position as well, closes on March 10th. Always looking for good recruits, police officers, so recruits will put them through the academy, and then police officers, if they are laterals, we have a $20,000 sign-on bonus, and then new hires and recruits, a $15,000 sign-on bonus. And we're also looking for a senior administrative analyst, also for the police department, great full-time position. Public Works, we're currently looking for someone to fill a journey electrician positions full-time. And in our Parks and Rec department, we have a couple of really good part-time positions for lifeguard, recreation leader 2 for groundskeeping, and recreation leader 3 personal trainer. But other than that, I always encourage folks to check online to see what current employment offerings we have. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Chief?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to circle back to a couple of the comments made by members of the public. Regarding Kansas and Missouri, there's officers assigned to area. That's actually in between area 1 and 2. We have officers that are assigned to that area, but I'll have them pay particular attention for an individual wearing a ski mask. I always encourage residents to call dispatch and not wait days after the incident so that officers can adequately respond to those calls. Regarding the parking at the intersections, if I have that correct, it sounds like they're parking closer to the crosswalk at Long Beach Boulevard and the east-west streets, which is, Kansas, Missouri. So there is a state law that is in effect now that requires cities, or at least allows cities the ability to cite vehicles that are parked within 20 feet from the intersection. And this year is the warning period, and effective January 1 of 25, we can start issuing citations. So we're going to start that educational campaign to remind residents that there is going to be no parking 20 feet from the intersection. And the law was actually designed to enhance pedestrian safety, but it really does go to the visibility of your left and right when coming to an intersection, because I do see it quite often in the city. I think come January 1st of next year, when we start citing, it's going to make a significant difference. And we'll start that educational campaign through our social media, and we'll work with Giselle on getting that message correctly. With regards to Calling Courts, historically speaking, when that building went up, before it was occupied, myself and members of our police department met with the developer, and they promised us the world. Like, we made recommendations on security and cameras and whatnot, and what jumped out most notably was the lack of parking. They have occupancy limits for each of the buildings. I'm fairly certain that they exceed that. Throughout the years, we've had community meetings there to try to address some of the things. For example, there was a pedestrian gate that gets you in and out of the property, and that was unsecured, so people were just kind of traversing in and out. We've met with and let me back up, when the developer finished that project, they left it in the hands of some managers that are having a very difficult time. I will say that next council meeting, I'm going to be presenting to the city council the crime statistics for 2023, and Calling Courts is number 5 on calls for service. We responded well over 135 times this past year. So we're going to be meeting with them again to come up with a resolution. I mean, it's only going to help themselves. I think at this point, with the historical problems that we've had there, we'll talk to the city attorney about doing some sort of nuisance abatement there, perhaps. It's just becoming a big headache for the residents there, the people that live on Calden, and the surrounding areas. I will say this, at Colts some statistics for the area, Glenwood, Firestone Place, and just looking at the 2023 crime stats, by and large, a lot of the violent crimes have gone down, but property crimes have gone up. So we've seen an increase in grand theft autos and larcenies. That's not just here, it's actually city of LA and the county. So we're pretty much on pace, or we're looking to be similar to what the other county, or other cities in the county is looking like. So with these numbers, when I present next council meeting, my staff and I came up with some strategies about how we're going to tackle some of the, the low-hanging fruit, and then tackle some of the longer-term issues such as calling for us, because that's a project, that's something that's not going to occur overnight, but they need to get our attention, or we're going to get their attention pretty quickly when we start scheduling those meetings with them. And then one last thing is, let me just talk a little bit about the railroad right away. We work, the police department works pretty closely with UPR and their police department, and we generally will go out there when they request us to participate in cleanups because they need our help. They cover a very vast area, not just California, it's the western United States, so Arizona. Their funding is limited as well. And generally, when they clean it up, it looks pretty good, but unless it's maintained continuously, it goes back to the way it's looking right now. So we really need to get some leverage to help UPR assist us to keep this area clean. I mean, we struggle when we see RVs parked on there. We actually go on there, and if we see vehicles that are abandoned, the registration's expired, then we have the ability to tow them away. But just as a general practice, we just don't go on there and tow vehicles. Clearly, cars that are stolen, we run plates all the time, so we try to clean up the mess that way. But we do need to get to the table with UPR and have a conversation. That's all.
It's really frustrating. Sometimes you can almost predict when you're going to see something. You see a truck pulling out, dropping out brand new furniture at the house. Doesn't last a day or two when you see illegally dumped furniture, because it's cheaper to drop it off on our streets than it is to pay for disposing of it. It's very sad, and unfortunately, our staff does everything they can. We're working with UWS to try to get those things cleaned up. And people should know that if they just call and say, hey, we got furniture, we got to get rid of it, they'll set it up for you, but people don't want to do that. It's easier just to drop it off, and then we have to deal with it. And we're all frustrated with it. And again, we hear you because we are you also. We live here, and we have to see that same stuff. One real quick thing, Chief, somebody was talking about, a gentleman spoke about the delay in response, and I know you and I have talked about that before, that it takes a long time. I think one gentleman said it took like 40 minutes or so for somebody to respond. And I think we've looked into that before. I think you have actually pretty good response time on those calls that are emergencies. I don't know if you have that stat with you?
Yeah, so just to give the public an idea of what the law enforcement in Southgate handles, last year we responded to 45,391 calls for service. So if you do the math, divide that between 365 days a year, it's a lot of calls for service. Our priority one response time, priority one crimes are crimes in progress, felony type of crimes, but our response time is relatively low. It's within 4 minutes. Some of the non-in-progress calls and calls that don't rise to the level of violence that is occurring, it takes a lot longer for us to get out there. So we have limited resources as well, but we get out there as soon as we can, and some days we do better than others. It's just we're struggling with calls for service. 45,000 calls for service for our police department is a lot of calls for service for a 7.5 square mile city. But we do our best. If there are in-progress calls and there are delays, you can always call back and ask for the watch commander. But if it's calls where suspects are gone and it's waiting to take a report, those will typically take a little bit longer.
Thank you. Okay, let's see who we go to next. Rob?
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have anything in particular, but I just want to echo the sentiments of our staff and the struggle. What I'd like, I've only been in the city 2.5 months, but I'd like to see the pride of ownership of the residents of this community, and they care. And I've also been impressed by the pride of ownership of the care of the staff here as directors, and they want to make the city clean, they want to look after it. Our council is invested in the residents here. They're part of your, you know, they're the community for you, a representative. And we share that common vision that we want to be there for every call within the resources we have. We want to be there to clean things up. We're embarrassed by going down and looking the railroad, what it looks like too. We get it, I get it. I'm as much of an active person on my lunch hour when I'm going through updated photos saying to our staff, because there's graffiti somewhere, there's a pothole, we all are part of that. What I can just say to you is, do let us know. You know, as much as you might think that call for that issue, the police aren't going to care, you can call it in, it builds stats, they can start seeing trends. If they start seeing maybe 12 calls in a month about a certain area, in a certain area, they maybe didn't run out there within 2 minutes, but they start seeing, well, our patrols may start adjusting that, they look for that issue. Potholes or anything, let our staff know. We'll put it on a list, like after the bad rains, our public works director said, we're gonna be a little behind, but we could also miss a few streets, let us know. We'd like to participate as a team on this and make our community better as a team. So thank you all for being part of this solution and for our staff and our council for supporting this common vision to make Southgate great.
And by reporting, that means notifying us via email. Posting on Facebook is not notifying us. That is just not the place because we're not on Facebook all the time. And a lot of what I see here, when people reach out to us, when I get emails or whatever, I'll send it straight to the city manager, and he knows which director, and sometimes there are more than one director that will get the notification. And it's just a little while ago, as I was here, one of the assistant, because I coached girls soccer at the high school, one of the assistant coaches called me and said, I'm in the middle of a meeting. I just want to report this gushing water on San Carlos just south of Firestone. So I told the city manager, and as the director of public works walked in the door, he said, I got the message. So again, we try our very best to address it, but Facebook is not the place to do it. And certainly not every account that's out there. I will get on certain accounts, it's too much drama. I don't want to get on that. In any case, Mr. City Attorney, you're up.
Just quickly on the comment that was made about the homeless residing along the railroad. A couple things there. The railroads are preempted in terms of federal laws. So the city's ability to monitor what goes on the railroad easements, unfortunately, is hampered because of federal laws that prevent us from passing, regulations about what they can do, since it's governed at the very highest levels of the federal government. The other thing that I wanted to comment on is that much of the homelessness has arisen ever since the U.S. Supreme Court case came out involving Boise, Idaho. It's a very famous case, Ninth Circuit case, really restricted the ability of cities to move homeless off their sidewalks. However, San Francisco attempted to do a cleanup starting back in 2022. There's a lawsuit that was filed about removing homeless individuals off the streets of San Francisco. And just on January, we did an effort here to show everybody else.
Okay, I guess we're getting some sort of alert.
I was going to say that on January 12th, the U.S. Supreme Court decided to accept an appeal of a decision by a district court denying the city of San Francisco's ability to clean up its streets. So a lot of lawyers in the municipal world are looking at that as a positive sign that the U.S. Supreme Court wants to revisit and perhaps give more authority to cities to be able to regulate what has become a very unfortunate but growing problem in the city. So I wanted to share that with you. I also wanted to give kudos to the city clerk and the city staff. We've put onto our city website a form that will be consistent with the requirements of the Levine Act, California Levine Act. Levine Act requires individuals to make contributions to elected officials of $250 or more to disclose those contributions, and includes it, as all of you know, because we've had training on this, from participating on actions that would benefit those contributors who receive that. So we'll be tracking that on the city's website. Contractors that are seeking to do business with the city have to fill that out. Your deed, Blaze, or city clerk has been on it, and came up with the ability to require that to be automatically posted, it's being automatically filled out on the city's website, so we'll be able to track that both by contractor, right, your deed, as well as by the recipient council member to add to the transparency there. It's a new law, a lot of problems with the law, a lot of changes that are being interpreted as a result of this law, and we'll stay on top of it and make those changes consistent. So I wanted to give my appreciation to the clerk.
Thank you. Speaking of.
Thank you, Paula, I appreciate that. Good evening, all. I just wanted to speak on the elections that are coming up on March 5th. I've been working, again, with the LA County office, Registry Recorder's office. And I just want to say, aside from the Sports Center at the Southgate Park, we're adding the 3 Gold Centers at our schools. Are we okay?
I'm sure it's delays in those.
Okay.
Because he has a Samsung.
See, that's why nobody likes you, Joshua. I got it with a car wash. Continue.
So, I just wanted to mention the 3 schools in our city that we will use as those centers will be Bryson Avenue Elementary School, Montero Avenue Elementary School, and again, Southgate Middle School. That's it for me, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. City Treasurer?
I'll keep it short, nothing new to report today, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I love those. Councilwoman Alvarez, go first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So first of all, I want to acknowledge everyone that's here in council chambers. Thank you so much for coming out. I think it's important that you become more civically engaged in coming into the city council chambers and letting us know what's going on in your neck of the woods. Actually makes our department heads job up a little bit easier, because then that means that we can address those issues that we were not aware of before. But I also would like to express my gratitude to all of our public works employees that tirelessly worked during this last storm that we just had. And I know that after every rain, the sun comes out, and so do the potholes. So I'm asking the community just to be patient. Unfortunately, we have a storm that is going to be coming in and is going to cause havoc. I also want to welcome the 2 new businesses here to Southgate that recently opened, Twisted Whistles and our new KFC here in Southgate. And I would like to wish everybody a happy belated Lunar New Year to our Asian Pacific community that is in celebration, and this is the year of the dragon. So again, Happy New Year, even though I was criticized because who says Happy New Year in February? We do, and our Asian community does as well. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I have nothing else.
Thank you. Councilmember Barone.
Thank you. Just to add to Madam Clerk's notice of where they're going to be voting locations, there's also mail voting happening, so you can vote by mail. We have 3 locations to drop off those ballots, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it's Cesar Chavez Park, on Southern, the Weaver Library, and also here by the Civic Center.
That's correct.
And you can always just give it to your mailman, who will be happy to deliver for you as well. So please go out and vote. There's a lot of very important elections happening that really will make impacts to our community. We've heard about crime today quite a bit, and the district attorney, I won't get into it too much, but he's up for election, and if we like what he's doing, vote for him again. If you don't, make your voice heard and vote for somebody else, and make your voices heard. I really think it's very important to see the faces that come in here and see your points of 100,000 eyes can see a lot more than 500 that are out there trying to do their best every day. City council members also trying to do their best every day. We offer many ways to contact us, to notify us of issues, and we don't just offer it, but we also really are pushing for it. There's a citywide app called Southgate Connect, and you're able to actually post of an issue directly on your phone. It'll geotag the location. It notifies the department that it goes to, so that way they're aware as soon as you post it to them. So don't post it on social media, don't go out to this page. Send it directly to our staff members through this app. And we're hopefully going to be able to, it's Southgate Connect, and it's, you can find it on your app store. And we're hoping to be able to revamp that app eventually, and we're going to get a new version of it to actually streamline that so our city employees will be able to use it. It's going to be a great way for us to communicate, but I always want to echo, we as residents get to decide how our city looks. We as residents get to decide what our neighborhood looks like. The gentleman who runs down Calvin picking up trash, I live right the next block over at Bodine Avenue. I do the same thing. I walk right around that area. My neighbor down the street was complaining that a tree was hit by a truck and was left on the street. I went out there with my saw, I cut up the tree, put it in his green bin, went back home. Because sometimes we gotta help our neighbors. Okay? We have to. And as neighbors, we gotta keep doing that. Also, I know we're not supposed to go on the train tracks and clean up and do that as a city. Great, but I urge you, the Kiwanis, Club of Southgate is doing amazing cleanup projects on a monthly basis. And one of their projects was that train tracks there. They went out, they did a great job. A lot of the Key Club kids went out and cleaned it up. Is it something that gets done every week? No, right? They pick a different location of the city. But this is what it takes. Service groups, service organizations in our community that go out and push for our community. And it takes the residents to continue to be members of those organizations and just do a better job of taking care of what's in front of our home. Okay? So, to add to what Mr. Armando Velasquez, yes, there is a new SELA Kiwanis Club, and I was voted, or I will be voted as the charter president on Thursday. To the resident that wants to help out with some cleanups, I urge you to join our SELA Kiwanis Club. It's a great organization. You'll be able to assist me and make a difference in our community. So if you'd like some more information, please see
Will
me.
you be out there cleaning up?
Of course.
You're out there, I'm out there with you.
I'm out there all the time. Then just to remind the residents, we have baseball and softball signings going out in the Southgate Junior Athletic Association. They happen Monday through Thursday from 5:30 to 6:30, and on Saturdays from 9 to 12. My daughter's looking at me, asking me if I'm going to coach again. I'm telling her that residents want me to go clean up, so I don't know if I'll be able to make it, but I'm hoping to be able to coach my daughter again this year. I love the park. Been a resident of this community since 1987. I live in the home that I grew up in. Raising my kids in my childhood home was amazing to me. I don't know if you guys have the same thing, but I have a door jamb that has the heights of me and my brothers. Right next to it is my kids. It's the coolest thing ever. If I ever move, it's coming with me. But really, I love the park and I love what it stands for. I love what it did for me as a kid. It gave me a place to be safe, to be happy, to run around and just be a kid. So I'm always pushing for youth sports. Put your kids in sports. Put your kids in anything that they're interested in. A kid that's active in extracurricular activities is less likely to be doing drugs and 100 times less likely to suffer with depression. So let's try to continue to push for these youth organizations and really be supportive of them. But again, thank you guys for being here. I love when I see members in our chambers here and residents in our chambers, so thank you.
Councilmember Rios. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, residents and concerned citizens, for doing your civic duty tonight being here. Really appreciate you being here. I just want to make a couple of acknowledgements. Thank the American Red Cross for being here tonight. I mean, I thank you for sharing that information, and really, it saves lives. I know we lost some residents here not too long ago because the smoke did not know smoke detector. You know, so I know that's he was served on bodies here too, the older gentleman, and so hopefully we can prevent some of that loss of life here in our community. Thank you. Again, for that. And also, I know there's some folks here that somebody was talking about jet fuel, and I wasn't aware of that. I think it's important that we can get that information for that meeting on March 14th. So we can learn more about what's, I know we had some jet fuel drop here a couple of years ago, so, and if it's harming folks, that employees, that should be a very great concern. The gas company for being here today on the Peña, for sharing the scholarships for high school students at the college. Thank you for taking the time, your busy schedule, to be here tonight. I really appreciate Mr. Victorio Gutierrez, a resident here, a teacher, a vice principal here at the local school, the principal, and someone that's seeking elective office at a school board level. Thank you for being here and taking on the task of seeking office to just better serve our young people in our schools. Thank you. We really appreciate you doing this. Not easy. And of course, the Kiwanis, they just keep continuing to do good work. And now you're Kiwanis president, charter president, Senate, and that's all the neighboring cities that are participating. And I guess there's 4 other electeds that are also involved. That's really good work. So I really, it's all good. Let's see, and then I wanted to ask the city clerk, maybe, because education is so important, and talking to the community, I know that we haven't had a forum here. Maybe in the future we could kind of look at having education uplifts the people. We should, the people want to know who the candidates are. Not having a forum here is it's kind of a loss. I mean, because the election was kind of really close, but I think it's deserving of our community that we know who the candidates are, that they come and they talk on the issues. If there's we can work with a nonprofit organization or the League of Women Voters to make that possible, so the community is aware of who are these candidates and why it's important to participate and what the difference they can make in our community. And then finally, the college here, we have a college that's coming online here pretty soon. I don't know if you've seen the structure. They're on Santa Fe and Firestone. So sometime next year, it will be built, and we will open a campus for 10,000 students, all state-of-the-art, all new equipment, all technology. And so it'll be a game changer here in the city. We're also looking, you'll see some information. We're gonna change the name, I think or it can stay the same, but we're looking to get survey. It's a survey that's gonna be out there to kind of see what do we call this campus. So I'm sure people can weigh in. It's going to be a digital survey, so everybody can participate. And I'm glad that the accountant folks came here because and maybe the manager needs some information on the dumping, because I think there's over 300 units in there, and maybe they just need the residents need to know who to call instead of just putting it out there and right outside the building. And for all residents, the last thing is on February 21st, at the Southgate campus here, from 1 to 3, we have a partnership with the LA County food distribution. We're going to have a major distribution, so come on down and invite folks that are needy. It's again February 21st, 1 to 3, and we'll post it up in the city webpage. You don't have to, it's not a drive-by, you walk, bring your bags, and they'll fill them up. So that's all I have.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I want to thank all of you who are here today. Thank you for being here and raising your concerns, because I think it's important as residents that we need to hear from you. And I'm not going to mention a lot of the things that my colleagues already mentioned, because it is getting a little late. But I just want to thank you, and keep calling us. We have an open door policy. To meet with you whenever there are issues within our cities. It's just picking up the phone and calling us to make sure that that we hear your concerns, and staff will always be there to write that down, any concerns. You know, we have our new city manager that is doing a great job of going through the city and looking at different things that needs to be fixed, so thank you. Just a really quick on the scholarship policy, if I can get your information and if I can get a flyer, I would like to take the opportunity to send it to the principals at our schools, because this month we didn't meet with them, so next month, the first meeting in March. So maybe you want to be part of this meeting and give out this information, because I think it's important for any scholarship for our students here in our schools. So give me your information so we can send you out the invite so you can come down and present that information, because I think it's very important in making sure that our students benefit from, from any funding that they can get, especially now that everything is so expensive. This month I will be taking a tour with the Metro Service Council. I'm the chairperson of the Metro Service Council. This is we deal with the trains, the buses. So we're gonna be taking a tour on the buses here in Southgate and looking at different things that can be fixed. So I'm going to be doing that this month. Also, there is going to be a tour on the different parks here in Southgate, which is going to be on the 15th. And I think somebody from Sacramento is coming down to look at the different parks that we have here in Southgate. So I'm going to be doing that. But other than that, I don't want to make it too long, Mr. Mayor, and I think that we should move on, and I just want to thank you. But again, to all of you, thank you, and to those in Zoom, thank you for also giving us your concerns. Thank you.
Okay, so yeah, again, just know that we appreciate that you're here. And one of the reasons why I like the fact that you're here is that you get to see that we're just like you. We're just as concerned as you are about a lot of the issues. And we expect our staff to address the issues, and we're here to make sure that they do. And the reason I like that is because you get to see us face to face rather than reading about us on social media. Because what you read about us on social media is not necessarily true. We all are very active in our community. Myra, I recognize Myra out there. She knows I've been the president of the largest youth organization here in Southgate for over 30 years, serving a lot. That guy right there, I was his coach when he was 10 years old. All of that there, I coached him when he was 10.
He helped build.
I coached girls softball for 10 years at the high school. I was part of the Optimist Club. I attended Rotary Club meetings. Just this week alone, I attended a fundraiser that the Boy Scouts had at Southgate Park. I went out to promote an etching event, which Chief, you didn't bring up any numbers on that. I don't know if you have any, as to how many vehicles were worked on with the etching of the catalytic converters and the windows. If you don't have it, that's okay.
I have the number, I just don't have it with me.
Okay, so it doesn't happen. Same thing. But yeah, they did a lot of vehicles, and so again, I did everything I could to promote that because it's a safety-related issue, is to protect your vehicles. I went out to support local vendors who had a parking lot sale at Southgate Park. And then I also attended the centennial celebration of the Fraternal Order of Eagles. It was kind of funny because they're trying to recruit more people, and I just don't have time to join another organization. And every time I turned around, they would say, "Excuse me, are you an Eagle? Excuse me, are you an Eagle?" So at some point, to kind of sort of drown that out, I said, "No, I'm not an Eagle, I'm a 49er." And I think they got it. I don't think they were, I guess they figured out I wasn't interested in joining it, but it's a great organization. And as Councilmember Barone mentioned, there's a lot of activities out there. She's part of the Multicultural Women's Club. She's part of Padres Unidos. I mean, I could go on and on. She's a school teacher. Those of you who are teachers know that that's not, you go to school, you go home and that's it. You gotta grade papers, prepare the lessons and all that. This guy right here is the dean of East LA College. And on top of all of this, we're involved in all these other activities. So again, I'm glad you're here so you can see that we are just like you, care about the community, we work hard, and our staff, they work really hard too, and they don't get upset when I send them messages at 11 o'clock at night, because I do. I send out messages to the chief of police, hey, I just got a report about this activity that occurred, what's going on here. And so they're here for you, and they do an amazing job. And somebody made a comment about we're the highest taxed in the nation, I mean in the state of California. That is not true. That is not true. In fact, we had a report that went out that clearly showed that we are one of the lowest in taxing our residents. The sales tax 10.25.
Where?
Every city, the 46 cities in the state of, in LA County alone, 46 cities are at the same 10.25. Other cities have what's known as a utility users tax. We have 0. Some of the utility users taxes out there are as high as 11%. So when you pay your utilities, you're paying 10.25 plus 11%. Here, it's just the 10.25. So again, these are facts. These are not made up things. You can Google that. Anybody has any doubt, make an appointment with me and we'll sit down with the finance director and we'll show you exactly what we're talking about. And I'm sorry, there's no back and forth like that. But again, these are facts. And again, I'm here. I'm retired from my other job. You make an appointment with me, I'll sit down with you as much as you want. But again, these are things that I want to make sure that you folks do understand. And again, a lot of the things that were brought up, the Red Cross and Black Kingdom, this is very important information, the scholarships. So again, thank you for coming here. Okay, with that.
With that, Mr. Mayor, and I apologize, I forgot to mention one thing, and on March 14, the Southgate Multicultural Women's Club, we are going to be hosting our annual Women's Conference. So you guys are invited. Let me know if you're coming so we can put you on the list. We're hoping to host about 300 women, so it's going to be at Southgate Park Auditorium. And hopefully you guys can make it, ladies leader here and the ones on Zoom. So thank you. Oh, well, absolutely. Absolutely. You guys also.
He asked the boys that are invited to that too.
It's woman empowerment. You will get empowered.
Okay, with that, consent calendar.
Agenda items 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 are consent calendar items.
Okay, so let me open this up to the audience. Let's go to Zoom first.
We have Mr. Mario Dominguez.
Okay, so I'm not happy with our council members. Here I'm looking at let's find the thing here on my phone here, where is it, for 1? Okay, so for 1, resolution in support of the reinstatement, no, that's not one, no. A resolution declaring a continued emergency of authorized replacement of the, go back to 1, okay, resolution in support of the reinstatement of healthcare workers allegedly terminated improperly and in support of the healthcare workers seeking higher cooperation. So basically, you're gonna send up a letter to, St. Francis saying that they wrongfully terminated their workers. Now, here's the thing, why is it that the council members have no problem telling St. Francis, hey, you're doing a bad job here of dismissing these workers that are busting their ass, raising their, that are busting their ass as nurses and doctors, and you're firing their staff. So what I want our council members to do, right here, right now, is to make a motion to draft a resolution to say to the LA County Board of Supervisors that they need to prioritize the 2 projects I've been chasing after since 2022, which is the Southern Avenue Connector and the Silver Bridge Park. Now, I don't know if you people are aware of this, but I have a meeting next week with 2 deputies for Janice Hahn to pitch these 2 projects to them. And I resent that the council members are having done the legal work to help further these efforts of getting these 2 projects off the ground. But here they are tonight, saying, hey, we want a resolution to support these workers at this hospital. And so I want for the council members to make a motion right now to draft a resolution in support of the 2 projects that I'm chasing after, and to suggest to the LA County Board of Supervisors to prioritize these 2 projects and to add the 2 projects to the list of prioritized projects that are currently scheduled for development. This is outrageous. I've been lifting, trying to move this fucking mountain of trying to get these projects done for our city, and meanwhile, I got 5 lazy-ass council members that haven't done a little work to help me get these things up and off the ground. All right, that's all I have.
Next speaker.
We have Mr. Thomas Buckley.
Hi, this is Thomas Buckley. I want to reference the minutes, item number 8. Council members, please look at it. You'll notice that on every single page, the Januaries, they show at the very top 2023. We're supposed to be discussing the minutes of January 2024, but they're referencing 2023. That's on every page. The cover is correct, but inside they're not. Also, you're going to notice something very interesting, which does not surprise me at all. All of your December 12th minutes are missing. They're vanished. Isn't that interesting? Because on that meeting, that was the one where real threats were made, and it was encouraged by Mayor Hurtado. I sent 2 CFPRA's requests to the city clerk's office to transcribe the words of Mr. Hurtado because he denies it ever happened. Much like he does a lot of things. So, if the residents listening, here's a fact. Listen to the audio in the regular council meeting on December 12th, 2023. Again, that's when the minutes aren't appearing here, and it shows that it is. None of them are here. And go to that audio, listen to 2 hours, 54 minutes, 30 seconds. At that mark, you'll hear a criminal threat being made, and Mayor Hurtado thanking that person not once, but twice. And not only did we hear it, but a judge in Whittier heard the court case and issued a restraining order against that suspect for disseminating those words. I requested those words in writing because, again, Mayor Hurtado says it never happened. I requested those words in writing from the city clerk's office, and I was denied twice, even though under ADA, the city is supposed to make a reasonable accommodation for this request. So you ignored my CPRA request twice, and now all of the minutes for that meeting are gone. They're not here. And you're supposed to approve them as a council? I just don't understand that. Why aren't the public comments summarized for that day? Where are the minutes? And is this intentional? Because there's now a pattern of weird things going on here. The public has a right, we the people have a right to review those minutes before you approve them. And council, please don't be reckless again. Please don't claim ignorance, because if you look, they're not there. So don't approve this item. The minutes are not there. Don't be blind. Be just. Push this item later. Make your corrections on the January as well. But this one has already gotten enough controversy, so please end this. Thank you.
Next speaker.
We have caller ending in 542. Caller ending in 542.
Good evening. My name is Alice. I'm a resident of Southgate, and I don't quite understand why just regarding number 1, why you're issuing this resolution, if you do. St. Francis Hospital is no longer, it's not a non-profit hospital. owned by a private company, it's a private business. And even in your statement here, the employees were allegedly terminated properly. I do not know whether they were or not. It had nothing to do with St. Francis. In fact, I'm going to go into that hospital. But I don't understand why, and it's not in the city of Southgate, why you're taking it upon yourselves to tell a private company how they should handle a problem with the employees. Let everything is, of course, whatever they're going to do as far as dealing with the union or lack of union or employee union, I think. That's a company, and there are government agencies that handle that, I'm sure. So I don't understand why the city that is not associated with the city of Linwood or St. Francis Hospital, unless someone on the council has something, some personal knowledge maybe of what's going on there. But I don't think that's up to this city council in the city of Southgate to interject your opinion on this private company. Maybe it makes sense to you. I just do not understand that. And again, we don't know whether those employees were released legitimately or not. That has to be, and it has yet to be determined. So maybe you should wait until all of that is determined. Thank you.
Next speaker.
We have no other.
I'll close the Zoom audience. Okay, now we have our audience here.
Good evening, council members. My name is Myra Castaneda. I'm a constituent of Southgate. I've lived here all my life. I'm also a healthcare worker at St. Francis Medical Center. And I'm here today along with healthcare workers that not only work at St. Francis, but also live in the city of Southgate. Now, just for history, there's over 70 healthcare workers at St. Francis Medical Center Prime right now that work there and live in Southgate. And so the reason why, I want to say thank you for putting this resolution on the agenda. Unfortunately, 9 of us were terminated for speaking up on behalf of the patients and on behalf of the working conditions at St. Francis. So we've been under short staffing for a very long time, and it's only gotten worse. The patient care obviously hasn't been the best because of that short staffing situation. And so we had letters from legislators, support letters from senators, council members that we delivered to the corporate office, Prime Healthcare. And so for doing this, they tried to silence us, and they terminated all 9 of us. Can I have all 9 of you stand up? So, and that's not gonna stop us from speaking out for our patients. I'm gonna say that St. Francis doesn't just serve Linwood. It serves Southgate, Huntington Park, Maywood, Compton, Paramount. That is the only trauma center in this area. The only trauma center in this area. So if you end up needing a trauma service, you will end up at St. Francis Medical Center because your other hospitals around this area are not traumas. They don't provide the services. And so, actually one of the officers that worked here was my cousin, Alexis Gonzalez. He died at St. Francis Medical Center. I was there the day he came in. I see the care that our patients need. And with the staffing issue, we can't provide that anymore. And they're not listening to us. And as a healthcare worker, as healthcare workers, we take an oath where we are gonna provide the care that our patients need. We are gonna provide what our communities need. On several occasions, we're told, why do you stay here? Why don't you go somewhere else if you're so unhappy? And you know what my response was? This is my community. This is where I live. This is where I wanna serve the underserved, the underprivileged. And I'm gonna keep doing it. And even though, it cost us to lose our jobs, We're not stopping here. We're gonna continue to advocate. We will be in Sacramento. We will be wherever we have to be until these corporations understand that corporate greed has to stop. Because our patients deserve better. My coworkers deserve better working conditions. Thank you so much.
Good evening, council members and mayor. So my name is Scott Byington. I'm a registered nurse. I'm also an acute care nurse practitioner. I worked at St. Francis Medical Center for 28 years. I watched the change in administration. I'm the president of the St. Francis Registered Nurse Association. And everything Myra said is true. Before I go forward, I have to explain, just like she did, this is not a Linwood problem. This is not a Southgate problem. This is a Los Angeles problem. We are a STEMI center, a stroke center, and a trauma center. If you are anywhere in this area and you have a stroke and you call an ambulance, you're going to St. Francis. If you have a heart attack, you're going to St. Francis. If you or your kids are playing football and sustain a femoral injury, you're going to St. Francis. So when people say it is not a problem, it is our problem. The bottom line is this company puts money before the patient. I witnessed this much. I was on duty the night the patient that came to the hospital looking for help underneath mental health jumped off the 5th floor of the garage right in front of the emergency room. There were 5 nurses working for 70 patients in that emergency room, 4 trauma bay patients. I was one of the nurses there. This has gone on and on and on. This company advertises that they save hospitals. They save their bank account across the country. They have a hospital in Georgia that had a decapitated baby. They tried to cover up and tell them not to bury the baby, do cremation. You know, it's all in the news about CNN. This company is dangerous. When they get rid of people like me or Myra or these people who spoke out and continue to speak out, that is your checks and balances. Who in this room is going to go to a hospital if you believe you're not safe? What if your patient, your kids are not safe? Your parents are not safe? This company does not care. You know, they have spoke out against it. They've accused us of using profanity. They've accused us of being bullies, of being threatening, of trespassing. They have yet to show any evidence of this. The bottom line, they knew. We all are longevity healthcare providers and professionals that have been terminated. We were terminated because they do not want us to speak out. We will continue to speak out. It's given us platforms to speak out against this company until they do the right thing. They should bring us back, not just because it's us, because it's the right thing to do and what they did was wrong. Thank you.
Hello, council members and Mayor Hurtado. My name is Sonia Rodriguez. I'm also one of the 9 members from St. Francis who got terminated. To keep this very simple, when I got into healthcare 15 years ago, I did it with the intention to help everybody who was at their most vulnerable. These patients are not of monetary value. These patients are family, friends. Somehow we're all connected. I heard people online saying how they don't understand how this affects them, why we're even bringing it up to you. And like my colleague said, this is a Los Angeles issue. Whatever affects one community affects us all. If you have a hospital that's putting profits over patients' lives, why do we want that? You want people like us to be working there. You want people like us to be advocating for these patients, because if we don't do it, who's going to do it? Especially when their family's not being allowed into the trauma rooms or into the ICU for X reason. It's us. You guys need healthcare workers like us to do the dirty work, to do the groundwork, to advocate, and to care for your family members. So I ask you guys to pass this resolution, because this is not just about 9 people. It's not about our livelihood. It's about all the people that are currently at St. Francis that need the proper help. They need proper staffing to be properly helped. Thank you.
name is, Sandra Marquez. I was raised in Southgate and in Linwood. I graduated Southgate High School, graduate of East Los Angeles College and Cal State LA. I've worked at St. Francis for 37 years in the ICU, the cath lab, and interventional radiology. And I was also the lead negotiator for the registered nurses contract at St. Francis. All along, our main goal was to try and get better language around safe staffing. There's always issues, it's in the news how we're short of nurses everywhere. But the fact is that St. Francis has become one of the worst violators of Title 22. On a daily basis, these nurses are in there, out of ratio, trying to give the best care that they can give, trying to save lives. Through the pandemic, we were there. St. Francis, once Prime took over, wouldn't even tell us if we had the proper equipment. We had to get our own equipment. It's been a continual fight with Prime Healthcare. It isn't about just getting good contracts, which of course we all want, but it's about the safe patient care. We come from the community. It's very important for us. There is no reason why our communities can't have the same care as Cedars-Sinai and Hope. We have deteriorated to the point that it's dangerous. We've reported to CDPH. We have done everything. On that day, the only thing we were trying to do was to give the letters of support to the Prime Healthcare executives to get their attention that we wanted safe patient language. The other two things that were in the paper that we gave was a letter requesting for a meeting and the staffing data. We have data that shows how badly the staffing is. You can't run an ER that is a stroke, a STEMI, a trauma center. You can't run it with 7 ER nurses trying to run around saving lives. There are times that there's 60, 70, 80 patients with one nurse in the teen care area. That's what we were trying to do on that day, and that's why these people got fired. They didn't do anything wrong. This was motivated solely because we were trying to bring into light the unsafe staffing. And so thank you very much.
Good evening, Giovanna Laborin. I just came out of the nowhere today and I hear this going on and I'm going to share with you. Almost a year ago, one of our residents died at San Francis. When their family showed up asking where their loved one was, they said he's not here. They followed the ambulance. He was there. An investigation was opened because the times they would go back after their loved one died, they didn't even allow the family to be with their loved one. They couldn't find him. Then they take him, I don't know where, downstairs, wherever they put the corpse. They couldn't find him. So after an investigation was opened, they found 15 errors, and a lot of the staff, when they were interviewed, they admitted that they were directed by directors on what to say. And that was our resident, longtime resident, very giving person here, them and their family. So we have a victim of the negligence of the directors of San Francis within our community that still to today they suffer. That family has not had the proper closure because they couldn't even know, how did he die? Did he die as he fell? Did he die from a heart attack? How did he die? When, at what moment did he die? And they still accuse. That family is the most educated family there is. And they speak nothing but in a proper language. And in that report, they stated that they were acting like hoodlums. And all of you know who this family is. You've met them and you know their character. They're nothing but respectful, well-spoken, educated people. So I'm glad they're all here. Thank you for being the heroes you are. Thank you for working so tirelessly under those conditions. We greatly appreciate you.
Hello, my name is Manuel Chavez. I just saw here just to support my coworkers. I wasn't fired. I retired. I used to work here, and then I retired, but I love working in that community, so I went back to meet my old coworkers. But I've been there for over 35 years. I'm a nurse. I'm a registered nurse. I'm a registered respiratory therapist for trauma, ICU, critical care transport. But this is the worst I've seen at St. Francis. And like I say, I'm not one of the nine. I still work there because I love the community. I work per diem, almost like part-time. However, I just want to say that in all my years, this is the worst service I've seen to the community, and I find it very unsafe. Whenever I go, they say just do what you can do, which is not appropriate. That means that a lot of patients are not going to get the care that the doctor ordered. He ordered these stuff, but because of the staffing, it's almost like playing the lottery or your musical chair. You're not going to get your treatment. So I think some agency or something has to put a stop to what's going on. And like I said, I wasn't supposed to be here speaking, but I just wanted to put my 2 cents. That's the point.
Okay, we'll see no one else come forward. I'm closing on this portion. And I just want to tell you, your 2 cents are worth $1 million, okay? So I'll take the lead for now, and I'll tell you why. I want to say thank you. In June of 2015, I suffered a massive heart attack, and you folks were there for me. But I didn't ask for this item to be placed on the agenda because of what you've done for me, but for what you do for our community. I was there during the time that you guys were on strike. It was raining on us, but I was there with you. At the same time, Kaiser was going through the same issues, but they got theirs resolved right away, and those employees are happy. And it's not about just what you guys deserve, but it's because of the lack of having enough staffing. Why is that? Why does somebody think that that we don't deserve that? I'm concerned about the safety and health of the people in our community. If they have to go there and you only have a handful of people available for these emergencies. And like you said, it's not just for Linwood, you have a huge area that you have to cover. And see, none of you mentioned the fact that our Congresswoman was denied access as she tried to get answers for you. Your Linwood mayor was denied access. That is not how you deal with elected officials who are trying to protect the community. I find that appalling. As a result of that, I spoke with Myra and I said, look, what can I do? I, as an individual, wrote a letter as an individual, not as a representative of this body, because I didn't want to wait to bring something up and get their approval, because that's how we do things here. But I was able to send a letter of support as an individual. And then I placed this item on the agenda so that we can, as a group, show that we care, not just about you, but about the residents of our communities, okay? Not just Southgate, but our communities. And for my family, myself, I want to thank you for what you guys do, and it was an honor just to place this on the agenda so we can help in whatever way we can. Anybody want to Mr. Mayor, ma'am, I'll go this way first. Councilman Morales.
Ms. Castellana, I know you reached out to me earlier today, and I was really looking forward to having a conversation with you. But seeing what I just heard this evening, again, if you read the title, resolution in support of reinstatement of healthcare workers allegedly terminated. You weren't allegedly terminated, you were terminated. So just the terminology in and of itself is misleading. But what I heard here tonight from Ms. Castañeda, Ms. Rodriguez, Ms. Marquez, I'm sorry I didn't get the gentleman's last name, but
Chavez.
Travis. Patient care is key. It's not about the employment, it's about the care that each and every one of you have to those patients. Ms. Rodriguez, I felt her pain. And it's disappointing to have a hospital that calls itself trauma center. And yet it's the hospital who's causing the trauma to the community. I sincerely hope that we can do more. A resolution is just a piece of paper, but actually getting to our legislators and making the changes that need to be made. We deserve better in our community, and I know it firsthand. Sadly, my uncle passed away in 2014. Many times, it was at St. Francis. In the ER, hi, is so-and-so at your house? I'm sorry, he's at the hospital, where is he? Oh, we can't find him. That was so disappointing. When I get the call from the neighbor, hey, he's walking down the street in a nightgown, and it's a hospital nightgown. Who do I blame? The employees or the corporation? So who makes the corporation? The people? Or its board members? I thank you from the bottom of my heart for being here and voicing the patient care, because that is supreme to me, that we all deserve better. And you can count on my support to do what needs to be done against this corporation that is causing trauma to our community.
Thank you. Councilmember Barron.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just like to respond to one of the callers that called in saying that, why would a council, city council get involved in a private company's action? Well, when a private company's actions endangers the lives of our residents and the members of our community, it is our duty to protect them, and that is why we're doing this. That is why I was happy when I saw this, Mr. Mayor. I thank you for putting this on the agenda. We were out there, doing the protests, marching with them, and trying to get their voices heard. Myra, in this last few years that we've gotten to know each other, you've educated me on what we need to do as a community to continue to make our voices heard. I like to remind our residents that these healthcare workers can go anywhere. Their licenses are one of the only licenses that can go work anywhere in the United States. When you get a nursing license in California. And they can go anywhere, but they choose to be here. They choose to represent our community. You heard the number, over 70 members of St. Francis workers live in the city of Southgate alone. That's not even counting the members that live in Linwood, that live in Bell, that live in Huntington Park, the Gardens, and all the other surrounding CLF cities. We have a group of medical workers, healthcare workers, that have invested their life to be part of our community, not just to work in our community. And it's our duty to support them. What can we do? You know, we need to do more. Yes, we need to be out there, continue to be your voice as much as we can. And you can count on me to continue to do that. And I will be there at any time you need me. And thank you for being here. This is very important because what we have to remember is that every time there's an accident that the police report to and there's a serious injury, those accident members or patients go to St. Francis. God forbid that that's one of our family members. It makes me really think about that. Do you want your family member that's just been in an accident, rear-ended by a drunk driver, or, you know, we've seen the news recently of all the accidents that are happening, and those trauma patients end up at St. Francis. Do we want them going to a medical center that is well-staffed, that has workers that are well-trained? Because the people who were terminated were not just workers that you heard of today. They're not new workers. They've been with St. Francis for years. Do we want them to be there to care for our families? I know I do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I would like to pull item 8 to leave the corrections.
Okay, all right, but, Madam Vice Mayor first, and then.
Yeah, again, thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being the voice of our community members. Because it's not just you, it's our people here in Southgate and in the Sela area. And I just want to commend all of you and the shame of this hospital that took your jobs away. They should feel ashamed. Because it's not a dollar sign that when we take our family members there. You know, we want to make sure that they're well taken care of. And whatever we can do here as council, just what Councilwoman Paula was mentioned, you know, it's just a piece of paper. But you do have our full support, you have our voices, wherever they're needed. Because, I mean, it's gonna take a lot of us to go wherever we need to go so they can hear our voices. And you, all of you, you have ours. And I can attest to that, and I'm there with you guys. Because I think that you look after our own, we have to look after you. And that's all I'm saying is that I am full support of this resolution, but wherever we need to go, is it county, is it wherever, let us know, and we're there with you. But again, thank you, and God bless all of you, because it takes courage to do what you guys are doing. And the shame of the hospital. But again, you know, we need to make sure that our residents are being taken care of there. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Rios.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, healthcare workers, frontline workers, for all the good work you've done, especially during COVID and now, and really for just, you know, asking for better wages. It's not, it shouldn't be terminating for that. That doesn't seem to be a just cause. I mean, I think this resolution doesn't mention, but I think that a separate letter maybe should be directed to the hospital. And they should hire you back. I mean, it doesn't seem fair, them being short-staffed and then letting all your key people go and putting the hospital more at risk than it already is at risk. So, patient care, I know my son had an accident with other young people that were hit by a drunk driver, and he ended up there and his friends, and we see it all the time, and it's you know, we really appreciate the good work you folks do, and I know sometimes these companies that are prime or a lot of times they're equity firms, all they care about is the bottom line, because I know I sit in another hospital board, and it's all about money, and I know they've gone through some bankruptcy and other changes, but this can't be happening in our community. I mean, this is all at risk and our families. And if there's a way we could communicate also besides the resolution that we think that these people should be, you know, they have served the hospital well for many years and they deserve an opportunity to continue their work there. I mean, I don't see why we can't ask the hospital leadership. You know, I guess they're not here today, right? I mean, right? Any hospital representative here? I'm just curious. You know, they're not here. You know, for them to treat a congresswoman like that, other council members and other people, like I've seen in social media, it's just not right. I'm glad my colleagues brought this item to here for us to become aware, and we gotta demand better health care for our community. And maybe we need to talk to Supervisor Janice Hahn also to get them involved and see how they can help. Yeah, you know, because they play an important role in being the safety net for our community, and hopefully we can communicate that to them. So I'm very supportive of the resolution.
Okay, so we wanted to provide number 8 to make certain corrections.
Yes, so I would like to approve items 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Mr. Mayor,
Okay, I'm sorry.
if I can speak on item number 8 on the minutes. About Mr. Buckley had pointed out the December 12th meeting when I signed off on January 9th and January 23rd, along with December 12th meeting. And they were all included. I don't know what happened when they got printed and all of that. But I will not and cannot continue for our council to continue to get blamed for any minutes that are missing. I can assure you, Mr. Buckley, that none of the minutes, none of these council members touch any of the minutes except for my office and the city manager's office. Council does not touch minutes. We do. They are not to be blamed for anything that is missing. Agendas get put together between the city manager's office and my office. Council does not touch minutes. Thank you.
That's very admirable of you to say, but we're used to these same accusations from the same people over and over again. So I've got calluses on me already. I won't need St. Francis medical staff for that. I'm okay. I just want to assure you of that. But
Mr. Mayor, just matters to be clear, the only reason I'm playing it is just so that we can make the proper corrections. At no point is it meant to cause any negative attention to you or your office. Accidents happen, computers, whatever the case might be.
Absolutely.
So therefore,
Typos happen.
I'm not looking for anyone to blame here. We just want to, for the record, to reflect that we're pulling it out as a courtesy to make sure we make the proper correction.
We will do that. We will put it in the touch for the next meeting.
oh, come on, you know that earthquake and crew was my fault.
I'll second your motion.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Avalos?
Yes.
Councilmember Battle?
Yes.
Councilmember Rios?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gavin?
Yes.
Mayor Gavin?
Yes, but I will be recusing myself from item number 2. That's the urban orchard, and that's because of the proximity to my mansion, right? So, there you go. Thank you. It's passed, okay?
You have
You don't need to applaud us, we're applauding you. We owe you a standing ovation for what you guys are doing. Good luck. I've written a couple letters individually, and the last one was sent to state representatives, I believe, right, Myra? Correct. Okay, but yes, any one of my colleagues is free to send individual letters, and not gonna encourage you, but I won't discourage you either. Okay, we're gonna take, let's make it, are you gonna come back? Okay, 10 minutes? 10 minutes, sir? 10-minute break.
Recording stopped.
We did have a lot of people here today, and I really appreciate the fact that they wanted to take some time to talk to us, and our job is to listen to them. So it delayed us a little bit. That's the reason why. And so I believe, as soon as she comes back, we're not starting yet. I'm waiting for my colleague. I don't know. We're back. Madam City Clerk, if you don't mind, we're going to, out of professional courtesy, move item number 11 up to this point.
Item number 11, the City Council will consider A, approving a motion by Councilmember Maria del Avalos to remove her appointee Adolfo Vargas as Commissioner for the Parks and Recreation Commission. This motion must be approved by the City Council with 3/4 vote. 4/5 vote.
Madam City Clerk, I understand that there was a request made to the city manager in writing, so we need at least 3 votes, one of which would be, need to include the appointing commissioner, the appointing council.
Okay, and then B, directing the City Clerk to open the application process to fill the vacancies in the Parks and Recreation Commission and the Community Mail Advisory Board.
Okay, any other comments, Mr. City Attorney?
Yes, I just want to make sure that we understand the process here. A member of this commission may be removed by a council member at any point in time, so to that extent, they serve at will. There's no guaranteed maximum or minimum term. It's really a pleasure of a appointing member. When someone is removed, we should read into that. That's the basis of it. I don't believe that there's anything here that goes to inappropriate conduct or anything of that sort of involving their appointment itself. It really is that you serve at the pleasure of the council member.
Yes, and I appreciate that. And so let me open this up. Do you want to say something first, or I can open it up to the? Okay, let me open it up to the audience first. Zoom first.
We have Mr. Thomas Buckley.
Hi, this is Thomas Buckley. I hope I'm still free to express my opinions here for the Constitution. I feel like I'm being attacked, quite frankly, by the city. So I don't mean any ill will toward any of you. Just so you know, I'm just practicing my constitutional rights as a citizen of this country. Raul Salinas, I would ask your intervention, please, on this one. After Ms. Glaze said what she said, to put it lightly, the people on the Zoom audience could no longer hear what was being said. We didn't even hear the vote for the last one. So I'm just asking for intervention, Raul, because I think you're probably the one with the most emotional control, and I don't know how else to respond. I think I'm a little taken back by this, but my other remark on this is it's just the proceeds of this meeting. It's very strange and sad, quite frankly. I gotta restate, and this goes to this item. we as citizens have a responsibility and a duty to redress our government for grievances. So we can petition our government for redress our grievances. So none of you take that personally in any position, but I'm not specifying anybody. And I don't blame anybody. I'm blaming the city as a whole when I speak my mind. So please don't take these as personal attacks. These are
Mr. Buckley, I thank you for those comments, but as you know, do you have comments on this specific item? Please.
I do, Mr. Salinas. Please listen to me, because it's the preface, all of it. Please don't interrupt me when I'm speaking.
I will interrupt you if I believe it's necessary. I will make sure that you do not lose any time because of these interruptions. But if you're
No,
going to talk,
Mr. Salinas, you're wasting my time right now because I'm trying to get to my point. But I'm prefacing all of this to go up to what I'm saying. You can't judge me before I make my case. This is all relevant to this item. My concern is, my whole point of being here is to bring accountability. And I'm hoping that the removal of the commissioner, you guys will openly tell us what's going on. I just have a lot of concerns. I think we should have a much more transparent council, and I don't think we do right now. So please, if you can just let us know what is going on, why are you removing this commissioner from the position? It does concern me. I've heard of this person before. Every year or so, maybe twice or 3 times a year at most, I think I hear him speak. But I'm concerned why the city is removing him. And as a resident, are we getting removed, or are we not allowed to voice our opinions anymore? Thank you.
Next speaker.
We have Mr. Mario Dominguez.
Yeah, Mr. Salinas, I'm curious as, the consent calendar as I played out, because after, Ms. Lady spoke, it just, petered out, there was no sound, so if you could just do a little recap, I appreciate that. As for this item, I gotta hit on what, Chicken Buckley said. I mean, I like Bonas, he's an interesting guy, and, I voted for him when he ran in 2022, I'm thankful that we have grown. But he's a likable guy. What happened to Bonas? I'm just curious. I'm assuming he's just too busy and too full, too much going on in his life. And the thing I want to council, in 2022, I asked the council members to remove scumbag Mussolini, and you had the courage to do so because you didn't want to affect Denise Diaz. And now we have this chart.
I don't know if you can hear us, Mr. Dominguez. Okay, you know what, hang on a second, Mario, hang on a second. Hang on a second, Mario, hang on a second, because we could not hear you for about... Listen, can you hear me? We couldn't hear you for about 10 seconds. So, give him 2 minutes and 13 seconds. 2:30. Okay, go. The problem is we can't hear you either. So go ahead. We added 30 seconds to you. Go ahead.
Okay, so yes, I like Bonas. He's a likable guy. I'm sure he's got a lot going on in his life. So I'm curious if there's anything substantial with him that would cause him to be removed. And you had. In 2022, I asked the council members to remove scumbag Mussolini, and you didn't do it. You didn't have the courage to do it because you didn't want to offend Denise Diaz. And now he's this tyrannical asshole on social media running putting on these false statements about the council and poisonous or water, and a bunch of cooks and they're cooking his hell. And then this, if you have no problem, I just find it very hypocritical. You have no problem removing Adolfo Bonas. But scumbag Mussolini, you wouldn't do it in 2022. I find that very infuriating when I even asked certain council members to do it, and you wouldn't do it. I even made ask at a meeting to remove the son of a bitch, and you wouldn't do it. The question I have pertaining to this matter is, I'm actually toying with the idea of applying to be a commissioner on the Parks and Recs, but I want to know, would I be required present. But if I can do it through Zoom, well, then I'm all for that, you got me. The other thing is, Mr. Costley, he's a very proactive person, and he likes to push the commissioners to engage and to be active in all these programs and activities that occur at the parks. And I can't do it. I'm not that type of guy. You people know, please. I'm not that type of person that's gonna be out there engaging with the public and participating in Easter egg hunts and Halloween stuff. I mean, please. So if I can get, be allowed to be absent for all that stuff, I just wanna be able to Zoom the meetings. You got me. You're not gonna have to worry about, was there a quorum? Do we have enough commissioners? So if I can get some clarity about what the rules are and whether or not I can just Zoom the whole thing, I'd like to know, because then I would have thought. That's all I have.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm gonna close the audience portion of this. You want to speak on this item? No. Okay, I'm sorry. So I open it? No, close it. Okay, so look, I'm gonna bring it back to us here. Let me make a quick comment. So again, look, everybody that comes to our meetings, everybody who participates in Zoom, you have a constitutional right to come in and say anything you want all the time. As long as you don't engage in libel, slander, and anything that incites violence, and we've had plenty of that. But we also have constitutional rights to speak our mind as well. I've asked the city manager to look at the possibility of moving forward with some camera that we can have here. We can put it online or something so that people can watch the meetings from home and move away from Zoom, because once again, we're having problems with listening. They're having problems with listening to us, and right now, there were perfect examples mentioning that comments that we made earlier on the votes, they could not hear. There's no way for us to know that. And as people are talking to us, we couldn't hear, and I had to interrupt and say, I can't hear you. Let me give you additional 30 seconds, because I did hear off and on some, where it was going off and on. And again, I think it's unfair to everybody for that. So at some point, we're going to need to do away with this Zoom thing. It's just not, it's not working. I don't know whose phone that is, but there's a lot of Amber Alert thing going on right now. So, is that another one? Yeah, that's very, very sad. But anyhow, so one quick comment. When I appoint my commissioners are not puppets of mine. They are individuals who I trust will make decisions. I don't always agree with them, and I don't give them feedback on it because they have a right to make those decisions. And when I appoint someone, I want my colleagues to respect my decision. And when I remove, if I ever would remove someone, and I've never done it since 2005, I would hope that my colleagues support my decision. And my decision is personal. I don't have to give an explanation to anybody other than maybe the person who I'm removing. And when we were asked to remove a commissioner by Mr. Dominguez, that's his right to request that. But if Councilwoman Diaz did not request it, none of us were going to move forward on it because it's her right to appoint whoever they want. And I wasn't a fan of her appointing, but I've never objected. In fact, we all voted to keep them on. Why? Not because of fear or anything, but because out of respect to my colleagues. And so again, when one of us sits up here and decides we want to replace someone, we'll notify that individual. It's a private matter at that point. But in any case, but you're welcome to share whatever it is you want to, and you don't have to either.
Thank you. Greatly appreciate